Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
Yo, what's up, everybody? Today is Friday in California. Shoot! How's everybody doing? 5x5, we read you loud and clear. Control, rear control. Nice. Great misspeak. Great way to start the day, EJ. Excellent. All right, cool. How's everybody doing? So we got part 11 of building the post-Apollo-Saturn launch vehicle here today. Then we got flame trench, and then we got racing. And of course, in true EJ style, I picked the day that was the coolest day outside, where it's nice and cool in the garage, to spend the entire time in the office. Okay, good job, man. All right, cool. I think I might start checking the weather, you know, for days that we can, work in the shop. Yeah. Cooler PC temps too, so it's a win-win. Dude, it is 20 degrees cooler and 20% less humid today. Here's the centigrade for everybody else. Yeah, okay. That is very comfortable. That's very good. It is nice here today. It's beautiful. Beautiful. But anyway, where was that thing I wanted to show you guys? Check this out. This popped up in my feed. I thought you guys would be interested in this. We still got to watch that PLD space video. I'll probably do that before Flame Trench, just so we can get up to speed on that. But hey, Alleviate, what's up? Kids and wife are busy this weekend, so chill weekend for you. The plan? Games. And I'm headed to KSC tomorrow solo. Can't wait. All right. You and your Northeast coaster. Huh? Dude, I told you the temperature fluctuates. The Canadians went, and we got some Canadian weather now. We had Florida weather yesterday. It happens. Yeah, 23C at 55% humidity. I'll take that. That's fine with me. Here, check this out, dudes. I thought you'd want to see this. This is just from this popped into the For You feed because I browsed the For You feed on X because I'm a little strange. I enjoy it. It's fun. It's a good time. Check this out. Occasionally you get good nuggets like this. Take a look at this, dude.
This would be
it just shows the Cybertruck with the panels off and how that all kind of goes together. Those are those look like cast aluminum plates. So it looks like Cybertruck is made out of a bunch of aluminum castings, which I don't necessarily have a problem with. For what it's worth, I don't really have a problem with Cybertruck either. I think the underlying technology is ridiculously simple for what it is. It's really, really elegant. Guys, look at the wiring. The wiring is nothing. That's the wire harness. That is nothing. That is nothing for a modern car. I think that's super cool. 48-volt architecture, I think is really neat. But it's very interesting because it's got stainless steel on the outside, but it's I would assume to save weight, it's all aluminum castings on the inside. The substructure is aluminum castings, which is very interesting. Dude, that is super strong. That is beefy for an automobile. I mean, it is a truck. But did you and Jack play games on Monday? Yeah, of course. Now that ain't plastic, Vin. That's cast aluminum, dude, because it's green. See, the green tint means that they put anti-corrosion primer on it like you would on an airplane. Look at this one-piece cast subframe. That's crazy, dude. That's once again, the wire harness for this is super cool. And once again, this isn't a puff piece for Cybertruck. It looks like it's not finished. I get it. What are those? I'm not sure if that one's aluminum, dude. Yeah. Interesting. So I see steel, I see aluminum here. Obviously some plastic, and there's stainless. That's right. See that right there? That's just regular steel. That's not stainless. That's regular. We have a Tesla and it's a great everyday driver, but I do love combustion engines. Yeah, dude, from electric cars, Ari, I don't mind electric cars. I really don't care. Like, I love my old muscle cars, right? But I don't feel threatened by electric cars. That's the strangest thing in the car world. Like, people are like, I don't really care. I think they're cool. Screw me, right? Okay, electric vehicles exist. I mean, personally, I don't think EVs are ever going to fully replace like diesels and combustion engines, and people can call me the sourpuss for that. That's fine. I think electric vehicles will take their place because, I like automotive history, right? I love automotive history. You guys know that. I make that no secret. In the 80s in Europe with cars and well, actually, Europe goes a little bit further back than that. Late 70s, early 80s in Europe, and then in the 80s with trucks in the United States, everybody thought diesel was just going to replace everything. Oh, diesel is the end all be all. Diesel is the new thing. Diesel will replace gasoline engines. Diesel will do this. Diesel will do that. No, but did diesel replace everything? No, but it found its place, right? It found its place. That's where we're going to be with EVs. And you know what? I'm here for it. That's cool. That's cool. I like more forms of tech and transportation, not less. You know? If people want to buy EVs, make EVs. I don't have a problem with it. That's fine with me. In the UK, they encourage everybody to adopt diesel, and then guess what? They did, and then tax the hell out of them. Well, I mean, Levy, and I could say that because, you know, you're over here now, but they like doing that over there. You don't, there's a reason why we put the T in the harbor, placed it furiously in the harbor. They like doing that over there. It's, you know, now that you're with us, you can look at it and go, you know, it's fine. Anyway, Methane, what's going on? Good stuff. Yeah, like, I just don't want Roulette to heavily encourage EVs. Well, yeah, Fractal, I think you got your wish. I think you got your wish. But yeah, I thought this was super neat. I think that, whoa. Huh. Look at that. An air ride system. It's got air shocks? I didn't know that. See the pressure vessel right there? It's not a COPV, it's just a PV. Huh. There's a pneumatic tank under there. Okay, so. Okay. Interesting. Interesting. The motor and the inverter are downstream of the transaxle. That's very... I don't know why you do that way. Probably space, if I had to guess. This is a lot of weight to be hanging behind the rear axle. But, I mean, the whole damn thing's made out of stainless, so what the hell am I saying? So, I don't know. I just thought that was super cool. Dude, look at that stamping right there. Actually, that's another cast piece, dude. This is crazy. Like, no car is really made like this, dude. That's wild. When a paycheck comes in, I just laugh. I'm like, wow, you guys let me keep money. Yeah, I know, Alleviate. Isn't it nice? It's pretty good. What's the difference between a COPV and a PV? Well, the composite overwrap, Mats. So, hi, by the way. That's just a pressure vessel. That's an aluminum tank. That's it. A COPV would be that, but wrapped in carbon fiber or you could wrap it in carbon fiber or have a phenolic impregnator wrap carbon fiber and then phenolically impregnate it. Like, yeah, I know. I keep saying that word and some people are like, huh? You know? So the difference between a COPV is the overwrap. So that's not wrap. That's just a tank. It's just an aluminum tank. That's used for the pneumatic system if I'm looking at this correctly. So the Cybertruck has different modes where it can raise and lower its ride height. It has air suspension, air ride suspension, like a semi-truck almost. That's cool. I think that's super neat. That's super neat that comes factory on a car. Like, I mean, that Tesla isn't the only one doing that, but it's crazy that we're at that point. Yeah, that's just a straight aluminum welded pressure vessel. If you wrap this in carbon fiber and then cured it with phenolic resin, you could hold a lot more inside of it before it pops. Here. So a common use for COPVs nowadays is firefighters. Firefighters have overwrap pressure vessels for oxygen tanks, because think about where a firefighter goes. You know, it gets kind of warm. right? And if you heat up gas in a tank, you're going to have a bad time. See that? That's a composite overwrap pressure vessel. That is a direct thing from the aerospace industry that every modern fireman uses. See that? So that is an overwrap pressure vessel that it has been that's been phenolically impregnated with resin. So it's resin. Carbon fiber is encased in resin wrapped around a pressure vessel, an aluminum tank. That thing is super strong for holding stuff in. It's super strong for holding stuff in. I wouldn't go throwing this thing around. But, I mean, clearly, the phenolic resin is designed to make it so you don't damage the windings. Now, some aerospace COPVs do have the resin, but because of mass, they don't. So that's what I mean with like Ship 36. If you just have a straight wrapped COPV and you drop it and you damage one of the strands, right? Think of it like sitting in a hammock, right? You sit in a hammock, right? And you cut one of the strands, right? You can get a cascading effect that'll break the hammock and you fall through and fall flat on your butt. And hopefully someone posts it on the internet because it's funny. Now, when that thing does that, that's not funny. I mean, Ship 36 was kind of cool, but not funny, right? How's the headache today? I'm okay, dude. I went and lied down. I think Wednesday got me, dude. I'm such a, like, I can't believe that, dude. I can't believe I got heat stroke. I think that's more because I'm out of shape. I gotta stop eating. So, yeah, every fireman has COPVs. My cousin's a firefighter, and he, I won't say where, but he's a fireman in the city somewhere, and he showed me these. Dude, they have, like, firemen have, they have a charging system that recharges the tanks, right? And it looks like something out of Stationeers. So, like, there's like, it's like this big machine that looks like something out of a 1960s like Bond flick, right? And it has like a screen on it, right? And you're like, doot, 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 and the hatch opens, and you put the pressure vessel in, right? And then you close it, and when you close it, it locks it in, right? So you close it, and it boop, 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 and then the thing, it's just a fancy air compressor that refills the tanks, but still cool. I still think that's super neat. Like, it looks like something completely out of Stationeers. But yeah, that's a COPV right there. Now, notice that the COPV still has metal around it because it's still metal because there's a metal tank. It's wrapped around a metal tank. That right there it's a pressure vessel minus the CO part. There's no composite overwrapping. That's just a pressure vessel because that thing is not designed to hold extremely high pressure. It's just enough to be able to move Cybertruck up and down a little bit. Now, relatively, that's not a lot. It's still a pretty high pressure vessel, and they did make it out of aluminum, which that's worth something. Happened to Apollo 13, right? A COPV tank fell before installment. Actually, that was a little bit different. So I can give you the short answer. It's a little more complicated than this. Every engineering problem is. The Apollo 13 pressure vessel was not a composite overwrap. Composite overwrap pressure vessels first came around in the late 70s. You know where they came from? I'll give you a hint. What was NASA developing at the time? Here, I'll give you another hint. Yeah, that's right. COPVs. First pioneered during the shuttle program. Yep. The reason why is because it turns out when you send something about as aerodynamically and mass efficient as a big boy locomotive, a steam engine, into space, you need to save mass as much as possible. So the shuttle, for its life support systems, for the environmental control systems on board, had to figure out a way to make them lighter. You had to make the tanks lighter. Now, all right, you want me to geek out? Where are the tanks? So the shuttle has a bunch of pressure vessels on board. Some of them are designed to hold liquids. Some of them are designed to hold cryogenic liquids. Some of them are, yeah, that's it. It's just cryogenic stuff. So what's cryogenic stuff? What are we using here? So the shuttle's fuel cells and the onboard and the life support systems use hydrolox. That's right, liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen. They're right here. They're right behind the crew compartment, and the shuttle has water tanks right here behind the landing gear. Yeah, water tanks. Yep. You need those. Humans need those. That's important. So you had 3 redundant fuel cells here, and they all, those are essentially the batteries and the life support systems, dude. So long story short, yeah, that was a big thing with on orbit times with the space shuttle, because you have cryogenic fuel cells. But yeah, the COPVs, they needed to make them light because the shuttle is quite heavy. It is a chunky piece of equipment. But anyway, the Apollo ones were a little bit different. The Apollo ones were circular pressure vessels like this. Circular pressure vessels like that, Mats, and they had a heater. They had like a little pipe that went through them like this. And inside of that pipe, you had wires, right? And the wire grounds out inside of the tank. Now, I know that sounds really stupid, right? But that is designed to heat the tanks. So that's how they stirred the tanks. You heat up the liquid oxygen in there, right? And it gets it to move around. What happens is someone dropped this thing. And right here, on the inside of the tank, right here and right here, there was a seal that was sealed with Teflon. Right? Because, yeah, they sealed it with Teflon. And when the guy dropped the thing, he cracked the Teflon seal. Now, it was a microscopic crack that you probably wouldn't have ever seen, right? You probably wouldn't have seen it. It's something that you'd have to x-ray the damn thing if you really wanted to find it, right? But also, dropping something usually means, in spaceflight, usually means you probably shouldn't use that. There's been, I could think of multiple instances, Apollo-13 included, where you really wouldn't want to do that. Like you drop something and then put it on a vehicle. It usually doesn't end well. Usually ends in an explosion. That could have been what happened with Ship 36, but the more I think about Ship 36, I think it's just a bad batch of COPVs. That happens. It's rare, but it does happen. So, yeah, somebody dropped that thing for Apollo 13, during Apollo 13, did a microscopic crack, right? Didn't even see it, right? And then they put the thing through testing, and it didn't show up in testing, right? Because the crack was so small, right? It just didn't show up. They didn't have the instrumentation to see it, right? Nor, I mean, they did, but why would they? They said everything was fine, right? You know, so when they tested it, it basically made the crack worse, and they didn't catch it. And then finally, you know, the tank had been put through a couple of load cycles, and then when they loaded it up and they stirred the tanks, right? On Apollo 13, crack filled completely, blew the freaking thing up. Now, interesting bit of note here. The reason why Jim Lovell and Fred Hayes, and Jack Swigert, the reason why they're with us is because of the way that the Apollo CSM was designed. The CSM had blowout panels on it. The way the Apollo CSM was made, it had bulkheads, right? So each tank was separated by basically a big plate of aluminum, right? So you had it had 2 NTO tanks, 2 MMH tanks, and then life support tanks, right? You could see, and then they had, there was an open bulkhead for payloads, believe it or not. Not a lot of people know that. The CSM has a trunk, and you could put stuff in it. Yeah, you could put stuff in it. Like, you could put scientific experiments in it, like Dragon's trunk, but it was one of these. One of these rode empty. The reason why one of them rides, like one of them is like a payload bay, is because the asymmetry of NTO and MMH, right, afforded you to have a payload bay inside of the CSM. Not a lot of people know about that. But these segmented pieces, when the tanks did fail, it blew outwards. The plates, those plates deflected the blast outwards and not inwards, and you didn't blow up the entire service module. If that had happened, Apollo 13 would have ended very differently. When Ship 36 exploded, you said Massey's would be online in a month. Just wondering your current thoughts now that they are breaking up concrete and stuff. Oh, yeah. Let me load up Kerbal while we're talking about that. So, okay. I will be the first to tell you that I am incorrect. I am incorrect. I don't think Massey's is going to take a month anymore. It's probably not. I'm probably going to get a lot of crap for this on the Flame Trench tonight, but it's okay. I don't mind being wrong. It's not a pride thing. I don't care. What I'm really interested in when I make predictions like this, or if I have like a wild theory or whatever, what I'm really interested in is how accurate I am. Am I accurate to what SpaceX is doing? Because then that makes other predictions down the road a little bit better. If I can understand what SpaceX is trying to do, that demonstrates a pretty fundamental understanding of the systems engineering behind Starship, what SpaceX is aiming to achieve with this, and it makes me a better communicator. So with this particular case, I was a little bit wrong. And I say a little bit, I was fully wrong. They're not, but that's because there was something that I didn't take into account. Okay? So, in retrospect here, right? You know, at the time, see, at the time it seemed like a good prediction. Just rebuild Massey's. It's fine. Just rebuild it. Now, here's the thing, and this is something that I even say, people don't understand what SpaceX is all about, even to this day. Do you remember, Ari, how a little while back, I'm not sure if you were here, I had this bit about understanding the full scope of what SpaceX is trying to do, right? And how their rocket program is not the Apollo program. It's not the same thing. You can't look at what objectively made Apollo or the shuttle good and bad and look at Starship and assign that connotation. So Ship 36 exploding, everyone's like, oh my God, SpaceX is doomed. It's not that big of a deal. I mean, it sucks. Don't get me wrong. That sucks, but it's not a big deal. Now, see, that part I did get right. What I got wrong, and this is something that's still to this day, like I say, like, oh, people don't understand what SpaceX is all about, right? Like, nothing is off the table for these guys. That's what's cool about SpaceX. Nothing is off the table. That's what I think is really neat. Okay? And that's why, like, I'm not like too bummed out about being wrong about this, because SpaceX always surprises us, right? If you, after Ship 36, that flame trench, people did ask, do you think they'll retool the pad? Do you think they'll retool like pad A and make a milk stool? And me and Jack joked about it. We're like, nah, I don't think they would. I don't think they would, because they still have to launch these things. And retooling the dang thing would take forever. Launch expediency is part of the game here. That's part of SpaceX's like plan. That's part of their systems engineering. That's a stakeholder expectation, being able to launch a lot. High frequency of launches is really important, right? So I said, no, they probably wouldn't do that. That's why, that was my whole premise of like, they're going to rebuild Massey's, because you don't want to lose pad A's capability of launching a heavy booster, and pad B is not ready yet. So rebuild Massey's. That seemed like a pretty good idea. But what SpaceX ended up doing, what SpaceX is going to end up doing, is obviously we saw them lift this morning. We saw them lift the transport stand, X transport stand onto pad A, and they've jerry-rigged pad A with a ship quick disconnect that's actually just stacked on top of their booster quick disconnect. Like I said, no engineering principle is sacred here. Frick it. Hot rod the pad. Let's go. That's cool, man. I've never been more excited about being wrong because I think that's really neat. Now, that's where I got this wrong. Nothing is sacred here. So what SpaceX opted to do, and keep in mind, we have the context of hindsight here. What they decided to do is rebuild Massey's for Block 3 ships. So if you're doing that, it's going to take more time. And that's where I was dead wrong. What I didn't take into account is that SpaceX would quite actually go and take a junk transport stand, hot rod the damn thing, and hotwire a ship quick disconnect to their booster quick disconnect on their only orbital launch pad. That's a little ballsy. But it's SpaceX, dude. You got to understand that they're willing to roll the dice like this. That's what they do. If something blows up with this pad, if a ship static fire goes wrong, so what? Pad B is almost finished. It'll be finished. Certainly it'll be finished by the time the testing campaign here is good to go. And then hopefully by the time that happens, Massey's is going to be back online. So, yeah, when you think about it, there is a lot of redundancy here. But I just didn't think that SpaceX would be willing to put their only orbital launch capable pad at risk here, because launching is their biggest thing. Launching is their big thing. And, I was on the verge of getting this right. I'm the one that's been saying that Pad B is going to be ready by the end of the summer. So all the information was presented. Oh, dude, there was the gear jammer. Holy crap. We always see this truck when we... Hey, Cook, get your sub alert off the thing. Look, the gear jammer. The Mad Max truck. Dude, we always see that whenever I turn on the SBL. It's always there. It's really weird. What is a ship quick disconnect? SQD. That's just the umbilical for hooking up Starship. Brian had a good point during the transport stand that he said they may have had a bunch of contingency plans. I don't think, I think that's very astute of Ryan to say that. Water tanks. I think that's very astute of him to say that, dude, but perfect timing. Jacob, thanks for the 2 months, dude. I think it's very astute for Ryan to say that, but I kind of disagree. And don't get me wrong, I love Ryan. Ryan's the man. We're good buddies. I think that SpaceX is, I think SpaceX flies a lot more by the seat of their pants than even I'm used to. And I'm the one that's saying, like, don't be surprised when they surprise you because they fly by the seat of their pants. I think that all the information was presented here. All the information was presented here that we could have reasonably made an accurate prediction for predicting this outcome, right? And I was close. I almost had it. Where I screwed up was... my big fault was basically not connecting the dots that Pad B is going to be finished sooner rather than later. So whatever you choose to do, rebuild Massey's or hot rod Pad A for a test stand, by the time you get all that stuff done, Pad B is going to be ready. So it makes more sense to retool Massey's for Block 3, especially if your Block 3 pad, Pad 2 or Pad B or that pad or whatever. It makes more sense for Massey's to be ready for that, right? With Pad B, so you could test Block 3 Super Heavies and Block 3 Starships, right? That's where I screwed up. I didn't connect the dots that Pad B was going to be ready sooner rather than later, and it's kind of dumb because I said that. All the information was there to predict this correctly, and I missed one or two details. So yeah, I was incorrect, but I was close. I'll remember this next time, but that's one thing that keeps surprising me. Nothing is sacred. They'll do what they have to do, but it's good to Ari, it's cool that you asked that question because it's kind of good to reflect, right? Like, that's good to reflect. And once again, I don't give a frick about being wrong. That's fine. I'd hope that you guys know that if I'm incorrect about a prediction, I'm A, not going to take it personally, and B, it's not because I'm trying to be disingenuous, right? It's hard to predict what SpaceX is going to do. Obviously, I do get it right sometimes, but I do get it wrong too. And I want to learn from these moments, so I stop getting it wrong. SpaceX likely already has plans to dismantle the first pad anyways, once the second one is ready to go. I think that scheduling talent has probably changed, especially given this, but yeah. SQR. I don't know what that means. If 37 ruds and damages the Pad B tank farm, I think that would be the worst case. I mean, there's berms and stuff. There's protective berms that are designed to deflect gas away from the tank farm. Yeah, I mean, that would obviously be very bad. I mean, and SpaceX is obviously risking... There's a risk doing this. Dude, look at how big that freaking pad is. Look at the dude standing on the scaffolding right there. Guy looks like a freaking ant. That always gets me, dude. I look at this damn thing every day. Last. That thing has a soup pot gearbox, right? I don't know what that means. Oh, the truck. Something like that. Oh, and also SVO rolled ad time because he's an awful person. He rolled a 9. Well, I rolled a nat 20. Get fricked, nerd. I write the book. So, Ari, hopefully yeah, there's your clarification. Thank you for helping me get it right in my head, because if I got put on the spot on Flame Trench, I would probably have to Alex explain everything to people, and I probably would have gotten interrupted. which is fine. Like, do you think the V2 ship and booster will, at this point, be the only test vehicles like V1 and V3 will be the first operational version? Lunprod, yeah, that's been my entire thesis this whole time, dude. That's been my entire thing. I've been saying, you know, everybody's been like, oh, the Block 2 stuff's blowing up. Dude, since Flight 7 in January, I've been saying that Block 2 with mitigations is, all that's doing is biding their time. Their test vehicles. Fly them, learn something from them, because you can't stop production. Stopping production and idling your assembly line when you're in the mass production game is a insanely stupid thing to do. You ever idled your lines in Factorio or Satisfactory? What happens? It creates all kinds of backups and bottlenecks that you spend days trying to figure out. Now, that's just in a damn video game. Think about how that works with a rocket assembly line. You're screwed. Screwed. Can't stop production. Absolutely not. That's why, you know, when I first started hearing that SpaceX is doing mitigations by putting pressure vessels inside of the attic to try and stop fires, everybody was like, oh, they got a problem they can't figure out. I'm like, no. That's not what's going on at all. It's not that they can't figure out the problem. That isn't it. What's going on is that they have the solution coming down the pipe. The solution to the problem is coming down the line, quite actually. And the solution is the version 3 boosters with Raptor 3. That's your solution. How did you go about building fairings on this rocket so you don't have aero issues? The direction of the fairings has a lot to do with it, RJ. My inner stage is facing up. So when it attaches and another fairing is attached to it, right? That occludes whatever in there. But when you detach it, it'll open up aero, right? At least I'm pretty sure it does. My engine set, the straight part of the tank is a fairing that's facing up. The barrel segment is facing upwards. My aft skirt on the vehicle is facing backwards. It's a backwards facing fairing. The direction of the fairing plate obviously makes a huge difference. The last thing SpaceX would do is stop production. And Ari, that's what I did get right. I did get that right in my defense. They're not stopping production, because I was right on this. I was so close, but I used the right formula, but got the wrong answer. You know, I didn't PEMDAS right. I PEDMAS when I should have PEMDASed. You know what I mean? Like, But yeah, I did get the mass production thing correct. That was right. They're not stopping. Do not take your foot off the gas. Taking your foot off the gas will make it worse. And we have a historical precedent there. The shuttle program. Challenger happening. The worst thing that could happen from Challenger is stop flying. That's the worst thing. Because now you're playing kind of defense with your engineering. That's not how you should engineer things. That's not how you should do that. As opposed to PEBCAC? Yeah. Tessa, we should have PEMDAS, but we PEBCAC'd instead. Oh well. Shout out to... RJ, why would you be forthcoming with this information? You could have just said you were sick. I'm not repeating. If you guys are watching the VOD, I'm not repeating. I'm sorry. Hopefully chat replay works. Dude, what the frick? Why would you tell us this? That's so ridiculous, dude. You gotta be kidding me. Oh my god. Okay. Oh god. Oh god. Okay. Okay, why would you tell us this, dude? I mean, that's cool that you get to watch. You could have just said you got a cold. Okay. All right. All right. Okay. Oh, he was watching something. The chili ring. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Back to questions. Ari, what are you saying? What is your prediction for how long a pad can do a 6-engine static fire? Ari, I don't know. I don't know that information. I'm sorry. Oh my god. Help us. I just thought of the you seen that movie Knocked Up? Remember when Paul Rudd and Seth Rogen go to Vegas and they're like, that's how you get that? like, that's just what popped into my head because I'm 5. All right. Okay. So Ari, 6-engine static fire. I don't know, dude. What I will say, so what I'm thinking is you'd probably want to test the ship in the same way that you've been testing it at Massey's within reason. So I would guess that SpaceX is going for a minute static fire, or they're going to go for a minute static fire with Ship 37, but I could be wrong. What did they say? A viewer is out from work today because they got conjunctivitis in their eyes. That's all I have to say about that. Can they even run the bidet for that long? I would assume that it probably has more water. It can deliver more water than Massey's Redbeard, but I'd have to look at the tanks. Let's go over here real quick. So we're working on the Apollo-Saturn, post-Apollo-Saturn launch vehicle that likes blowing up in my face and is mocking me. Let's go over here. Let's go to NSF. Actually, you know what? RGV? Actually, you know what? Either one. They'll be whatever. They're my boys after all. It's time for a little crew appreciation. You might spot our team out in the field capturing photos and setting up cameras to bring all you the best spaceflight coverage. They're often repping NSF gear too, like what you see graphic below. Oh, a merch plane. They posted a picture of Jack and Dan. Oh. This is weird. Did not do that on purpose, I swear. I'm just trying to find some water tanks. Let me take a look. Let me take a look. Ooh. Impressive. Very nice. Let's see Paul Allen's rocket. That's Gilmore. That's cool. I don't see any flyover stuff. So let's try out RGB. NSF probably has it in a video somewhere. So I know Massey's has like Massey's has 3 water tanks, right? We know that. This is an RGV aerial picture. The water system is over here. Yeah, it's about the same, dude. Turbo. Now, interesting thing of note here, it looks like the water systems on pad B are a little bit more substantial. So see those, if I'm understanding this right, you have pneumatic tanks and then you have your water tanks behind them. Gesundheit. Bedankt. Yeah. This is much more of a substantial water system than Massey's, both of them. See, that's the water system for this pad, and that's the water system for that pad. Damn, dude. When was this picture taken? That's okay, so that's this week's freaking flyover, dude. Look. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. This thing, you know, the pads are awesome. This thing right here is a work of freaking art. That is quite actually like thermodynamics pornography right here. Look, oh, look at the arrays of heat exchange. Or, well, no, heat exchange. I forget, dude. Ryan knows the plumbing better than I do. This is just those. See, those are all the pumps right there. That's unbelievable, dude. Yeah, the pumps and the basket strainers. That's what they are. The heat exchangers are here. Just the array of pumps, man, is just, and all the vaporizers. It looks like something out of Satisfactory or Factorio or something. Just straight. Oh, it's so cool, man. Like that. That's awesome. It's so badass. Get this pornography off the screen. Sorry, I tried to recreate it in Stationeers. Don't. Simple answer. Yeah. I mean, Graham, I could probably figure this out with enough time. That would be a long-term project. Is that where the big vertical tanks used to be? They used to be right here. Well, actually right here. In this area. Actually, no, scratch that. It was right here. Those vertical tanks were no good. They cracked, long story short. Even if they have enough water, do we know if the bidet itself will be okay for that long? I know it can withstand super heavy, but engines have never fired for that long on it. As long as you can deliver water indefinitely, I don't think it'll be a big deal. But, I mean, Redbeard, I don't think that that's necessarily a wrong question to ask, right? It's possible, okay. Remember, nothing is sacred, dude. So we have to go, I mean, there's always going to be some risk with taking your pad, right, and using it to static fire ships, right? There's going to be a certain amount of risk with that, right? I thought that was something that was off the table, the launch table for SpaceX. Like, I didn't think they would do that, but clearly they would. If they're clearly going to, like, totally cool with putting a ship on there, knowing that it could pop, right, just to test it, I don't think they're necessarily concerned with damaging the water systems. So what? So what if it damages it? Who cares? The design's on its way out. That thing only has to endure, what, 1 or 2 more full ship static fires and then 1 or 2 more launches, and then you're good to go? Who cares if it gets damaged? If anything, it'll help you disassemble the pad easier. Just like Flight 1 helped them install it in the first place. Right? Does that seem correct? This is the most detailed picture of the layout. Oh. Oh, that's the old design, though. And after Flight 11, big bulldozers and Pad A and no more OLM. Can Ship 37 do a full-length static fire with Pad A? Cheeseburger, that's what was asked a second ago. I don't think so. I don't think that it can. And I don't think SpaceX wants to do that. I don't think they want to do that. Okay, so if it was me, and like I said, I've been wrong in the past, and I'm not afraid to say it. It's not a big deal. If it was me, I would test the ships on that stand about as close as you could to the Massey's testing campaigns as possible. That would be what I want. I would test it just like they did Ship 33, 34, 35, not 36. We don't want to test like that. But yeah, that's how I'd want to do that. All right. So, this thing. Post-Apollo-Saturn ultra heavy launch vehicle with 288 tons of payload on top. Let's get the music going, and we're basically trying to just get this thing working. I want Galacticus. I like this song. It's very Tron. What's up, Doom? It looks fantastic. All right, well, let's put it out on the pad and see if it blows up. It's probably gonna blow up. Oh wait, it's Kerbal. I gotta go over there. That's the spot right here. See? Let me guess. Structural failure between 5-meter fairing and engine plate. Clipping fairings are getting us right now, dude. If I had to guess, it's probably that thing that's being... Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and guess that the top fairing is probably the issue at this point. Let's try again. I auto-strutted it. See what happens. I don't know, Warthos. If it's anything, the interesting thing, dude, is that the structural failure between a 5-meter fairing and the EP50 engine plate is not the cause of these problems. That's why we went through so many revisions, because we were chasing that problem. It turns out that other things are the problem. That's just the first thing that breaks right there. That was the inner stage. Did you see it skitch sideways? Oh, the guide rods. That's right. We got to put... How are we going to do that? Cosmic, random question. How accurately are geostationary satellites placed into orbit? Centimeters, meters, kilometers? Meters a second to the 10th decimal point is pretty damn accurate. But yeah, it's probably to the 10th if I had to guess. You could probably get more precise, dude, but orbital perturbations are just going to push you around in all different directions at any time. So station keeping within a tenth of a meter a second. I know fractions with the metric system is strange, but I'm just going to turn the tunage down just a little bit. I'm thinking, dudes. Get this thing to hold together. I'm just going to try to spam one. Fairing. Yep, fairing was clipping into that ring. All right. We set the fairing to clamshell. That's what did it. So if I take it off clamshell, it should work. I didn't think about it as a velocity. Velocity is everything, Cosmic. That's everything. Okay, so another thing to take into account, dude. Velocity is one thing. All right? Your which one is it? Which orbital mechanic thing is it? Oh, did it again. I lost my train of thought because I was trying to think this. Um, orbital mechanics. The other two, so it works by degrees. That's the other thing. It works by degrees. For something in geostationary or geosynchronous, it's correlated to the latitude in degrees. So yeah, believe it or not, it's in degrees. Now, you also have to take into account the orbital, two variables of that define orbits. The big ones that you have to take into account are right angle of ascending node, which should be nothing. It should be 90. It should be 0 because but you can have an inclined geostationary orbit. It's possible because of precession. I think precession. Either way, and argument of perigee. Those have a lot to. Those are argument of perigee, right angle of ascending node, and then longitude of ascending node. That's the last one. The land. So land, RAN, and AP. Those are important too. Those are other variables for defining orbits. Because geostationary and geosynchronous are correlated to latitude, those are the ones that kind of denote where your orbit is relative to basically the point where you pass the equator, where it is relative to your orbit, is determined on an equatorial plane. Right? Does that make sense? Hey, Red, thanks for the raid. The 3 rhinos are tilted slightly out. Yeah. 5 degrees. The reason why is because they're pointing through the center of mass. Engine out capability. Not that that really matters in Kerbal. I just thought it looked cool. That's why the real ones were doing that. Was building a space station today. How goes the rocket? It's going good, man. You guys know my buddy Red Panda. Also playing KSP. Old school KSP streamer. We're old at this point, man. But it is what it be. Control surfaces on first stage for RTLS. Yeah. Yes. That actually might be causing an issue. I did add those at the end of the last stream. I'm gonna just keep them a little bit outside of the fairing shape just to see what happens. They're kind of floating in 3D space now, but... Alright, Dan. See you, buddy. A 1/10 of a degree, all systems? Yeah. I may have gotten a little bit too complicated in that explanation, Cosmic. I apologize. I had to think about it. And I don't... Whenever I... I was trying to give that answer and trying to figure out what's going on with this because I really want this thing working. But yeah, Cosmic, it's pretty reasonably accurate. You got to be pretty close, but you got to remember, like, antennas shoot out like the way that antennas work. It's you don't have to be pointing like directly at it to like the thousandths of a decimal place with an antenna to beam it off a satellite. Just needs to be close enough. Sir, I think your rocket exploded. Oh yeah? Is that bad? Is that bad? Should I? Don't do that? Okay, don't do that. Yeah, okay, cool. Thanks. Thanks. Good safety tip, Bananas. Hey, Linux, what's going on, buddy? Are you going to make a drone ship? I don't know, dude. Just an observation. Right. 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 Yeah. Not much, just adopting more mods. Yeah, we gotta explode in one direction, Aztec. I'm breaking my own rules. That's why it's not working. Margin of error was what I was looking for. I think I oversimplified it more than you overcomplicated it. Yeah. I mean, Cosmic, it's got to be pretty damn close, but it's not. Here, let me try explaining it this way, without getting into any terribly specific detail. We usually use a dish like this, right? A parabolic. That's called a parabolic dish, right? And it has a transmitter on it, right? Like that, right? What this does, right, is the transmitter transmits like this. It bounces off the dish, right, and creates a signal like that. Now, depending on power, here, let me do it in different lines. So it transmits, sends it out like this. Because the dish is parabolic, it sends it that way, right? It bends it kind of in a cone, but a different cone, I guess, would be the right way to say it, right? And eventually that's going to have a convergence point, right? Your two lines, right? They're going to have a convergence point. Where that convergence point is depends on how much power you put through this thing. If I'm understanding radio frequencies correctly, I could be wrong. I'm not a ham radio guy. I'm sorry. I think this is how this works. I'm pretty damn sure. You have a convergence point, right? And generally, if I'm like, the satellite can be anywhere in here. So I'm pretty sure if you figure out the power modulation that you need to have your convergence point past geostationary, all you got to do is kind of put it in the right direction. If the satellite's right there, and as long as the satellite's receiver dish is there, it'll send a signal back, right? Like, it doesn't need to be like right at the convergence point. It's just needs to be close. Stop stalling. I'm trying. That's not what I'm. This is, believe me, this is not stalling. I'm just trying to explain this so I can not get caught with my pants down again, zombie. But I understand what you're trying to do, but kindly piss off. What was I thinking? Yeah, the fairing. We should probably take this back over into the SPH, and then we'll go into Notepad, and I'll screw with the fairing. All right, appreciate the explanation. Sorry to derail. Yeah, no problem, dude. You weren't derailing. You were stalling, though, according to Zombie. Let's save this. R10 stack test. Let's go over here. Oh, God. Bye-bye. Rams, hey, chat, I'm new. Is EJ an engineer or is he doing this for fun? I teach people about engineering on stream, dude. I'm a STEM educator on Twitch. I've been doing this as my job for over a decade. Not an engineer by trade, though, dude. Sorry. But yeah, thank you for asking.
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
And you got gifted a sub. Welcome to the Thunderdome. So I'm building this super heavy rocket just for fun because I haven't played Kerbal in a long time and I want to get back into it, dude. Gotcha. This looks very interesting, to be honest. Thanks, man. Last Kerbal stream I watched, you were doing the second stage. You already take some creative liberties with it. I actually never ended up doing that 1000. I want to learn more about editing fairing interactions and stuff, so I just made the stock vehicle. The upper stage, it could probably do to be tested a little bit more than we did with the first stage. But to be 100% honest with you, I built the second stage in the exact same way that I built the first stage, with the engine plate and the fairings all in the exact same spots. It's just the fairing shapes are a little bit different. And instead of having a decoupler at the front, we have the payload fairing. And that's about it. Is this the most stubborn rocket you've ever built? No. No. Condor was pretty damn stubborn, but that's because I tried to reuse the damn thing. We've already basically done that, Ari. I know that it's that. I'm pretty sure we should be good to go. And now that I said that, Kerbal heard me, and it's going to blow up on the pad anyway. But, you know. Are you going to make landing legs for this? I don't know what I'm doing with this, RJ. I don't know what we're going to do with this thing, man. I'll talk about it, we won't hear you. Well, somebody asked the question. What do you want me to do? RJ, I'm not entirely sure in Kerbal or in real life that making landing legs for this big of a rocket really makes a whole lot of sense. I mean, I only really have super heavy as my kind of data point in real life, but I remember when we built Neptune, I tried to go make landing legs for that thing too, and it just claps them. I mean, granted, I did just put Falcon 9, or I put my Condor 9 landing legs on it. I could probably engineer a bigger one, but I'm not entirely sure. All right, hold up. Don't explode. It's gonna explode. I told you, it hears you. You know what was really nice? When this thing was actually working. That was really cool. But won't HLS need landing legs? HLS isn't super heavy, dude. So, I mean, I don't know. Like, I ended up coming to the conclusion with Neptune back in the day. And you know, keep in mind, if I'm grasping at straws here, you know, we built Neptune to try and make an ITS in KSP, right? That's why I built that rocket. Neptune was a super heavy rocket that's about as big as this one. It doesn't have as much payload. Well, no. Neptune could move 400 tons into space. It does have more payload capacity. We gotta fix that. We gotta fix that. I'm gonna make my own version of this later, and it'll fix that problem. Anyway, so what was I saying? Landing legs. When I built Neptune back in the day, the best thing I could have figured out, like the best thing we figured out, was to just land it on its hold down points. Because building a landing leg was ridiculous. It would have been so much extra mass and so much extra drag, even in Kerbal, with its frankly ridiculously overpowered engines for what they are. Yeah, it just didn't make a whole lot of sense. So we ended up just landing super heavy on hold down points, right? And it's funny because SpaceX kind of came to the same conclusion. They, you know, SpaceX says that they didn't want, catch the booster for easy turnarounds and stuff, right? That's what they say. But I think the reality of the situation is that landing legs with a stainless steel design would have been so much extra mass that it probably would not have been worth it. Like that's too much dry mass. So yeah, I don't know. I mean, I kind of came to the same conclusion there, but for a slightly different reason. 6x symmetry on an engine plate is the strongest way to do this, RJ. One of the big problems with this vehicle, one, it's ridiculously heavy. Two, getting the fairings to jive together is such a pain in the butt, dude. That's really what this project has turned into, figuring out good ways to get the fairing fuselages to work together correctly. I never use engine plates either because they make weird behavior. But I don't know. I guess we'll try to send it now. I got it to hold in position. So we'll set it to 50% throttle and then we'll send it. And we're probably going to shock load it when we let go of the upper hold down clamps, but hey, it worked. Okay, we're flying. We're flying and we're rolling. We're not. It broke immediately. Okay. All right. Something went weird there with the first stage, guys. That was something wrong with the first stage. The reason why is because I noticed the camera shifted upwards, indicating a break down the bottom. See, Z400 battery collided into Airstream protective shell. My inner stage came apart. Oh, wait a minute. We still got some control. No, we still got some control. Or do we not? We don't have any control. There goes my second stage. Boom! Okay. So What would cause that to do that? So, guys, we actually broke. That actually broke the connection down here. That wasn't the fairings clipping or anything. It may have been. It may have been the... Did I hit one? I did. We had the guide rods working correctly. What else could that have been? Do we have our auto struts in line here? Everything in order? We don't. Let's try that. Heaviest part. Why do we not have those? Huh. That may have been what failed. But then again, one of the first things that we had was the battery colliding into the fairing shell. So if the battery is attached to the panel and the panel's attached to the fairing, which means this, once again, this connection broke. All right, let's try this with the auto struts and see if that helps at all. I have a feeling it's not. I do have some other things. We might actually just be overstressing the first stage because the tests that we did get to work weren't with payload. When we flew it in the last part, when we flew it on, I think it was on Tuesday, we why am I having so much trouble today? When we flew it on Tuesday, we got the thing up into space, but we got it up into space with no payload. We've added another 280 tons of payload. So, yeah, that might be the problem here. All right, hit one. Okay, ready? 5. Well, actually, you know what? Let's just test undoing the clamps. Ready? Hey, that works. Okay. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay. Go up. Turn. Roll program. I'm keeping my TWR low. Okay, pitch over. Okay. Okay, everything's going good. Slightly out of the track where I want to be, so I'm gonna just give it a little bit of yaw. We're gonna try to turn it just a smidge, get us right back on track here. Damn, that first stage is a monster. Okay, we're past max Q. Try to ramp that throttle. Nope. See? We ramped the throttle. We put way too much load on it. Damn. Is it the engine plate? Guys, I think that we just might be exceeding the joint strength of KSP. This thing has like 2,000 tons of stage pushing down on it and 75 meganewtons, which is 75 meganewtons pushing up on it. Now, like, so we have 75 meganewtons. Holy crap. Yeah. The center engine needs removal, Scotty? I don't know. Okay, so you want to know how much force that plate, that engine plate how much force is being exerted on this engine plate? It has 2,000 tons force pushing down on it and 7,600 tons force pushing up on it. I think that a lot of the fairing clipping stuff was causing that thing to break, right? But at the end of the day, this thing just has a lot of force behind it. Like, I think we just might be exceeding the force values for these pieces, which is crazy. Like, we've made something so ridiculously freaking powerful that it's just the parts just can't do it. We could try removing the center engine. Yeah, I'm down for it, Scotty. That would be a quick and easy solution. Let's try it, dude. Yeah, dude, that thing at full punched out throttle, it really, and we were past max Q, which is crazy. We're past max Q. You know, you have 2,000 tons force from gravity pushing down on that, coupled with 14,000 pascals of dynamic pressure, inducing compression load on top of that, with a throttle up to 7,600 tons, pushing all on that damn thing. I'm actually amazed that that part is doing its job. Now, don't get me wrong. I think that that part was breaking because of other things on the vehicle, and it's possible that it might still be. We'd have to do some finite element analysis on the attachment nodes for that piece, but also at the same time, it's pretty damn strong, dude. Hey, Jackery, what's going on? All that force and still less payload to orbit than Neptune. Well, Platinum, it's the fairing. See, that's what I mean. It's the fairing fuselages. There's something that Neptune wasn't doing. First of all, Neptune was strutted to all hell. How many struts did we run between the first and second stage on that? Second thing, this thing could probably end up pushing more payload than if I refined the design and figure out what's causing that part to break, because something is putting excess load on that. Kerbal parts break at a certain amount of tons force, right? We don't know what it is. Like, I've actually never bothered to go and look. Rocco Max micro node. Attaching with physics-less parts, RJ, might be something we could look into instead of the plates. Sure. And that's the kind of stuff that I'm talking about with refining the damn design. Platinum, if we... So, let me put it to you like this. Neptune was strutted to all hell, no fairings, no nothing. It basically brute forced itself into space because I made an inner stage out of wings, which doesn't do anything. If anything, it slows us down. This thing with the fairing fuselages is occluding things. It's occluding things. So we can get it, we could slip through the air a lot better with the fairing fuselages. So if I figure out what's causing these structural problems, dude, we might We might be able to get this thing to push more into space than Neptune. In fact, I have a couple of upgrades off the top of my head that we could do, and this thing could end up pushing more than Neptune into space. And on top of that, dude, another thing, this is what I mean about vehicle design expectations. You have expectations for your vehicle, right? What is it doing? Right? That's defining that is very, very important. Now, I've tried to define these as best as I can. But the long story short of it is that with this vehicle, I am putting in the provisions to reuse it. Straight up. I'm putting in the provisions to reuse the vehicle. The first stage, in particularly. I don't know how we'd get that second stage back down. I mean, I don't know. Well, maybe I'll think of something in the future. I mean, barring the solid rocket booster separation mechanisms, right? We could retrofit something that's more reusable, right? I mean, heck, we could even refill the SRBs. We know how to do that. We can do it with a CAL controller in reverse thrust. Yes, you heard that right. I can refuel SRBs. I can reuse them if we really wanted to. I've tested it. It does work. Now, with all that being said, because of this has a lot more stringent design standards than Neptune. Neptune was just got the first stage back and then you recovered it, right? And because of that, I strutted everything together. It just had crazy amounts of struts. That thing is relying on fairings colliding with each other. The cylindric part of this with the stripes is colliding with the conic part. It's colliding with it. And that makes this, dude, it makes the force loads here, this is a lot more difficult problem to manage. Guys, the first and second stage on Prometheus is attached with a small docking port. A small docking port with a decoupler. That's it. That's all. It's the only thing. That's the only thing holding that damn thing together. It's relying, now keep in mind, I do have 3 bracer struts in here, just because I'm not entirely sure that the fairings are up to task here with their current config. We might have to go mess with them. In fact, that's probably what we're gonna have to do. But dude, 3 struts and that, coupled with 2 fairings with same vehicle interaction, are what's holding this thing together. Now, see, this is why the EP50 engine plate structural failure, I'm not entirely sure that it's caused by this. We could have a fairing collision here, right? That could basically have the fairing skitch around so much and induce a vibration that's enough to break that joint on top of the load that it already has. It's entirely possible. We'd have to go through a structural testing campaign for the interstage here. And that's basically what I wanted to, I was going to do that from the start, but we spent so much time with the damn first stage, I just wanted to build the second stage and get some testing results, right? Yeah, I use pins. There's Kraken pins there. Yeah, the spectro-bearing pins. Because, once again, you want to reuse it. How are you going to stack a second stage on top of this? Well, tried and tested. I know this works. We did this all over the place with the Freedom rocket. I know that this works. And believe it or not, those pins are actually help holding it up. In fact, I should probably add more. But, who knows? So the Kraken pins are working. Let's try to separate the top. What was the change that I just did? I don't even remember. Oh, we removed the center engine. That's right. Okay. So, oh boy. That's probably why it's breaking. The fairings aren't aligned. Oh. That's probably why. If you have a fairing like this, right? Fairing like that, and then another fairing like this, and they're just barely hanging on, we're not benefiting from the full structural load of this. So my guess is that probably sketches out, and it probably breaks the fairing. It probably makes the fairing break off of the engine plate. Can you design the fairing in such at the end of each of the fairings separating the stages, you extend them inwards with 0 height, thus making a pacing to spread the load over a greater area? Make a flange? It's not faring well. Well, it's faring well right now, but it might not be faring well in a second when we put 7,600 metric tons of force into it, Nubius. That's my running theory, that's what's going on here. You could totally do bullet bill as the second stage again. Oh, yeah. Platinum, if we could figure out ultra-heavy lift launch vehicles with fairing fuselages, I will make stuff that moves thousands of tons into space, no problem. I don't know about building the pad for them, dude, but yeah, this kind of is opening up the door to do some pretty cool stuff. Edicus retrieved ad time because he's a doo-doo face. All right, mods, get a D20 roll. I nat 20'd SVO. Oh, crap. You miserable corksucker. You miserable corksucker, you fool! How dare you! All right, fine. We'll be right back after this ad break. Now I'm just going to sit here and stare awkwardly at the camera. You tell me when the ads are done. I wish there was more around the pad design. What do you mean, Young Food? I don't want to stare awkwardly at the camera. We'll just wait. Ooh, Trivandro. What's up, outdoorsman? How you doing? Can we get ads over here too? I can't tell it to run an ad where it does. The cool thing about Twitch with streaming, dude, is that I can tell it when to run ads.
This is space. I'm in space.
I can tell Twitch when to run ads, and it won't run ads for a little while. So, like, you ever been watching, like, NSF coverage and something goes to launch and you get an ad? If I run a pre-roll ad on Twitch and I tell it to run it, it won't run ads for, like, 30 minutes. So, I always do that at T-minus 10 minutes. T-minus 10 minutes for a launch when we're covering it, I'll run ads. Not because I want to, but because I don't want people getting ads during the damn show. Like during the damn rocket launch. That's really annoying. I hate ads. I can't stand them. I will... I've been trying since, well, a long time, basically since I started, to run the stream with the least amount of ads. I don't necessarily mind making money that way. And ad revenue is great on YouTube. It's really good. It's okay on Twitch. But I don't like ads. I think they're disruptive. I think they're intrusive. I think somebody wanting to get you to buy something at every waking moment of your life, coming from all angles, is over.
This is space. I'm in space.
It's overstimulation, and I think it's really bad for you. I think it's bad for your brain. That's the true brain rot of this time. Eutychus gifted a sub to Snake. Thanks, man. Sorry, wish the game had launchpad design. Yum Food, do you not know? Dude, hold on. Oh, Yum, this must have been before your time, dude. Guys, I gotta show him. I'm so, this stuff just makes me so damn proud. I can't not show. All right? Dude, I built launch pads for this. I built launch pads for all my rockets in KSP. I played an entire save where I never put anything on the pad and hit the space bar in full throttle. I used to move all my stages to the pad. I used to move all the second stages, all the payload fairings. I built a VAB outside of the VAB to build my rockets. It was similar to the bridge crane that was used at LC-34. I built that in KSP, and I made it so a truck had to tow it out of the way and then launch. Trust me, I got pictures. Let me show you. Give me a second, I'll find it. I gotta find where I backed up that save. Here we go. I found it. Look. Building launch pads in GSE is my favorite thing with rockets. What do you think of that? What does that look like to you? Huh. Weird. We were building steampunk Falcon 9s and transporter erectors in this 10 years ago, dude. That was another project. Yes, it worked. Turboprops. Obviously. Turbo shaft. Oh, it worked. Didn't work very well, but it worked. Here, let me go down to the good stuff. The good stuff's down here. Oh, wait. Platinum, Jackery. Old school viewers, listen up. I saw it. Did you see it? I saw it. I saw some mint chip ice cream right there. Where was it? I'm scrolling through. I saw it. Where is it? I saw the mint chip. Oh yeah, we also built launch pads on other planets, by the way. Yeah. Yeah, launch pads on other planets. With cranes and refueling arrays and stuff. That ended poorly. It's because I didn't understand vessel hierarchy. Nowadays, I have a pretty good understanding of it. How's that for GSE? The FCB landers, J-Speed. Still a good idea. Modular landers that you could reconfigure for different landing types. Yeah, that's still a good idea, by the way. Yum Food, did you ever see this? That's, not only is that the launch pad's over there, this is a orbiter processing facility for my small orbiters. The small orbiters ended up sucking, but hey, whatever. There's me integrating one, little mini shuttles on top of a reusable rocket. And I had a crane that could just pull it up. I had an integration building, crew access arm, integration platforms, astronaut transport vehicle. Dude, how do you think I know so much about GSE? Because I built it. And nope, I know what it takes to make that stuff. That's why I like it. So that's my favorite. Look, see? I even serialized my stages. And we kept track of it in a log. See, there's the Dart staging adapter. Cigarette rocket. We could do that with a fairing nowadays, dudes. Fairings generate enough body lift. We could do that with an edited fairing. It would look sick. Yes, you're looking at that right. It's a flyback first stage that has a toroidal ring going around it. Something I still think would work.
This is space. I'm in space.
You have any with marshmallows? Yeah, there's 2 marshmallows on either side. So, Yum Food, this is still an idea I haven't seen anybody ever do. Like, it's probably because the toroidal ring wouldn't work as well as it works in KSP, because every wing surface in KSP is subject to laminar flow. There's no disrupted air, so that's probably why it works. However, what I did...
This is space.
Just give this out to Pigzig and Chloe Manita. I wish I knew about this sooner. Bro, I didn't screw around. Dude, I even had detanking vents on all of my boosters to detank them, because it's easier to move them around when they don't have fuel in them. We had vent downs, just like everything else, dude. So the cigarette rocket flies backwards. where the grid fins would be are just yaw, pitch, and roll control surfaces, like what Super Heavy has now. Interesting idea. Weird. So I put 2 jet engines down here with a toroidal wing. It's called the torus wing. The wing is basically, so instead of having wings out the side, what we did was we wrapped them around, right? And we got this to fly. I put a nose landing gear in the engine section, right? And we put main landing gear underneath the jet engines, and this thing flew back like an airplane. And I landed it on the runway. It has tricycle landing gear, and it lands like an airplane, with the engines flying first. See? Torus wing. It could work, dude. I'm not sure how you'd get that to jive with a rocket correctly. But Snecma made something with a toroidal wing in the 50s, and it worked. See? Oh, it's doable. It's totally doable. That thing flew. Think a flying saucer is possible with drones? Sure. It's not a tail dragger, Morgdahl. It has tricycle landing gear. The front landing gear is right next to the rocket engines. Yeah, see? Torus wings. Totally doable. You could do that with a rocket. Sure, why not? Why does it matter if the fuselage is down here? Center the fuselage in the wing. Shouldn't be an issue. As long as your wing is getting laminar flow, you're fine. Meaning that it needs clean air. Any wing can generate lift. It's all about relative airspeed. So if you figured out a way to make the engine section divert air into the toroidal wing, you could make a flyback booster that doesn't need a gigantic freaking wing to actually fly back. No fold-out wings needed. No nothing. It'll just fly back like an airplane. Is that kind of like what New Shepard does? Close. Close. New Shepard uses that for better cross range. I'm talking about a booster that flies back. Mine flew back and landed on runways. See, I had all the transport vehicles. I had a hangar for storing them. I can't believe we actually got Dart into space.
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
Nidicus gifted a sub to Akimi Dog. Nidicus, thanks, man. Appreciate it. But yeah, Yum Food. I'm very well versed in GSE. That's why I'm able to commentate on it so much. Like what you need to make stuff work, and that's why I felt confident weighing in on SpaceX's GSE problems post Ship 36. But dude, that's what I used to do. Darn it, Mishima was so cool. We got to see it again. Guys, give me a second to get back into the swing of things, dude. The reason why I chose an insanely challenging project is because I gotta get my bearings again. I gotta get my bearings again, dude. Just believe me, we're good. I don't have any stigma playing KSP anymore. It went away. For the longest time, I was pissed, and I didn't want to play it because of what happened with KSP 2. That's gone. Whatever it is, it just feels like we're just playing it again. But yeah. See, I had a bridge crane. I made a bridge crane and a gantry crane. We made the rails for it out of fairings, and then we used structural fuselage as the tracks, so it can move back and forth. I made a catch tower using that thing too. No comment, Kyron. Dude, I put shuttles on top of this, man. The crazy thing is that this worked really well. You know, normally putting a winged orbiter on the top of your stack is a really stupid idea. But the Taurus wing, the Taurus wing on the stage actually acted as a stabilizer, and it actually flew great. That's the Freedom 10 rocket. It flew excellent. But see, dudes, I used to take the crews out to the pad. The crews would have to go up into the tower. See this thing with the flag on it? That's an integration device, and it had a crew access arm and everything. See, this is way up in the air. It's probably about, I don't know, maybe 50 meters up. Nah, not 50 meters. I don't know. Yeah, but I don't know.
This is Space. I'm in
We
space.
just gifted a sub to Cyberlink. Yep, see, I'd get them up there. We'd have closeout crew, helmets. I'd put the helmets on, and then you'd fly them into space. And then I had lunar transfer vehicles. And we did an EOR rendezvous to get stuff out to the moon. Everything in this save was launched from that pad. Or a launch pad like it. I never put anything out on the launch pad and hit spacebar like what we're doing right now. Nothing. Everything was built. All of my stages had to fit together. You had to fit together with docking ports and upper stage engines, and then rely on same vessel interaction to get them to be structurally sound. And if you needed more struts, the service gantry could roll into position, fold down, and you could have Kerbals add struts with Kerbal inventory. I find that doesn't end well sometimes, though. But yeah, there you go. Are we going to continue to save? Continue the mission mode save? I never thought of doing that. You still have the craft file? I have every craft file. Yep, see? Service gantries. If I needed to run extra struts to put stuff together. Dude, I could probably dial this in so much better nowadays. I probably could. In fact, I know I could. Yeah, see, there's my service gantry. That's based off of the vertical integration, the mobile vertical integration tower that was at Slick 2 at the time. That was based off of Delta 2's integration tower at Vandenberg. This is based off of the LC-34 bridge crane. Could be cool, but there's no funding left in that save. Yep. Oh, also, staring at cranes at Starbase all day made me want to figure out how cranes worked. So we figured out how cranes worked. Every single payload for that station was launched by a rocket from that launch pad. I had a fleet of orbiters, and it was all fine and dandy until I crashed one and killed Jeb. Because honestly, I didn't test the orbiter good enough. That's on me. Note that it's Bill, Bob, and Val in this picture, and Jeb is conspicuously absent. Dude, we did all kinds of cool stuff, man. So yeah, Yum Food, I'm pretty good at building pads. And then we decided to take the program into a different direction, and I started using the gantry crane to integrate and test another vehicle. What's your mod list look like? A couple of visual mods. That's about it. That was the kiss of death for this save. Turns out SSTOs and building all their associated paraphernalia to make them reusable is insanely difficult. The small one works pretty well, though, I will say. This was before KSP2. Mass Simulator. That's a pathfinding vehicle. Oh, that's yeah, the K90. How the hell did we get that to work in mission mode? Okay, like, I'll be honest, that's pretty damn impressive. How did you make that SSTO? About 8 months of grinding away at Kerbal for 50 hours a freaking week. It has a reusable pad that I engineered with it. You want GSE, Yum Food? You got GSE. This was some of the craziest ground servicing equipment I've ever built. Look, you can roll the thing up onto the pad, turn it upright. I mean, keep in mind, that was a mass simulator test. That wasn't. I can't believe, dude, that thing, you know what, man? That thing works. It's a good launch vehicle. It's the pad I couldn't get figured out. Interestingly enough, the problem with that pad is it's dealing with the same problems that we're dealing with now. I think we might be getting to the material science limits of Kerbal. The problem with this thing is that it couldn't hold stuff up. The SSTO fully fueled weighed 2,400 tons. About the first stage here. About the same as the first stage on the Prometheus rocket. But man, was that thing a chunky boy. Oh, that thing is so cool. I want to fix it. I want to fix it. I want to fix it. It's unfinished business. I had refueling trucks, refueling tanks. Yeah, you had to refuel it. You had to roll it up onto the pad. You had to align it. I had aligning equipment to get the thing ready to go. Damn, that thing was so hardcore. Oh, it's beautiful, man. Look at that vehicle. What I used to tell people, guys, during this era of playing KSP is that I don't play KSP. I engineer space programs. So, we were talking about Ship 36 and about a little bit earlier in the stream and about how I didn't think SpaceX would want to risk their orbital pad for testing and how catastrophically bad that can screw up your space program. Yeah. May or may not have been speaking from experience there. Maybe I let the Kraken impede my judgment. That right there is what taking 3 million Kerbucks and burning it and setting it on fire looks like. Sorry, minimums. I'm sorry, man. I don't mean to. I would hope that people would look at this and feel inspired and not like, what the hell, you know? Don't forget things like the Avatar shuttle and the rotorcraft. I ran out of money, so we had to go back to using the small SSTO, and we used it to some effect, and did a lot of good commercial missions with it, not gonna lie. And I used it to grind out enough cash to work on the big SSTO again. And the big SSTO did do a good mission. It did a mission. We had, that thing, the vehicle service extension. We made a mission extension vehicle. This thing was a little craft that launched, and it actually used grip tape, or used grip pads, and a claw to grab the back of satellites and become an attachable service module. Yeah. That's not easy to do, to rendezvous with a satellite that's not designed to rendezvous. But Northrop Grumman has something like that, dude. Yeah, we did that to fix the contracts. Also, my pads can move, by the way. So I finally built up enough money to get the big SSTO going again. And it did deploy a bunch of payloads, and we did land it. That's the payload changeout device. And then we went back to using Freedom rockets. It blew up in my face. I don't know, EJ. The only thing that would be super damaged from a Ship 36 on the pad is a few electronics, the temporary SQD and maybe the chopsticks and the actual SQD. Yeah. Neptune, yeah, you're probably right. That's what I'm trying to say, dude. Maybe I let the Kraken influence my judgment. Because losing a pad in like when you build your own launch pads, losing a pad sucks. I've done it many times. I've quite actually had stuff just blow up in my face. Freedom rockets were great. That's a good rocket. Freedom 10. Good stuff. And then I worked on the I got burnt out and worked on the K90 for fun. That's when I stopped playing mission mode. And that was the last thing I did before I took a break and came back like 6 months later and went right back to breaking the game again. Now, this pad didn't explode, but it did go into orbit. No, I have no idea how that happened. Yes, that is chopsticks and OLM pad A. Yes, I did catch a booster with it, not back from orbit. That one, don't worry about that one. All right, so this is our 18 engine vehicle. Let's see if putting 18 engines on this thing will make it not explode. So that's what I mean when I say I'm building this with the expectations. I'm building this, dudes, with the expectations that I'm building it to mission mode 2 rules. I'm building it so if I ever wanted to, it wouldn't be too difficult retrofitting this thing for a launch pad. Throttling back for max Q. What mission mode did Jeb die? Mission mode 2. So mission mode 2 wasn't my second time I played mission mode. Mission mode 2 was a rule set. That mission mode saved was, I think, the third or fourth one that I played. Watch the dynamic pressure. Max Q. Okay, let's try to load it up again, dudes. See what happens. She's good. She's not good. Damn! We've had an anomaly. She's good. It's true. It's not true. So, I mean, if you guys ever wonder, like, when I'm on Flame Trench and, you know, if something goes wrong and something blows up, I'm just like, all right, so what? Been there, done that. Happens all the time. Just deal with it. Try the idea you suggested. Yeah. I'm not sure if a test stand is going to solve this problem, Tessa, to be honest with you. So, obviously, it's showing the structural failure on the first stage engine plate. And then it says AEFF5 Airstream Protective Shell collided into FF5 Protection Shell. And then, so that doesn't really help us. The next one here says the RT5 Flea Solid Booster collided into an AEFF5. Okay. Separator motor. That's a SEP motor. Okay? Interesting. So I highly doubt that separator motor is one of the SEP motors that's down at the bottom. I highly doubt that. This tells me that it's the stage. It's those fairings. The fairings aren't lined up. They aren't lined up. That's the problem. We can fix this. All right. There's only so many fairings in this craft file that are painted with the black and white stripes, right? Hey, Dragon, what's going on? What I'm going to do here, I'm going to paint one of the fairings that we need to figure out. I'm going to paint one of them the black and orange, and then I'm going to paint the other one just straight silver, right? I'm not doing that because changing the texture really matters. Now, Sea Kraken, what the flanges, dude? Not a bad idea. We'll have to test that. I don't see why it wouldn't work. We might have some weird things with gliders there, if I had to guess. But I'll tell you this right now, guys. Having your the conic, see the silver part. The silver part is going in, right? Let me show you. So if this is the top of the rocket, right? The silver part's going in like this, and then the fairing that it's supposed to be riding on is like that. See that right there? I'm gonna go ahead and guess that the game probably doesn't appreciate 7,000 tons of force being put through that, right? That's probably not going to work. So we're going to save this. I'm going to go back into Notepad+. I'm going to go over here and let's go into the VAB, Prometheus, and we're going to go into the R10 stack test here, and we will find bearing size 4 equals black. Oh, that's not gonna work. Hold on. I gotta find the part with the shader. It's orange, I think. It's orange. It's orange. I think it registers as orange. No. So those are the structural nodes for the fairing. Toggle. Black and white. So selected variant. That's what we're looking for. So that's up at the top. How many X sections does this have? Okay, 53040, 53040. That's the top fairing. It's black and white, so it's up there. It's this ring piece. You can't see it. But see the piece with the stripe all the way up at the top? That's that, because we're at the top of the craft file. So let's go orange. Bingo. This should be, if we scroll up in this thing, this should be fairing 4, part fairing size 4. There it is. This fairing has 2 X sections, 53040. It's crooked. All right. All right. That right there tells me that that fairing, the cylindric piece, is actually doing this, which is bad. So if we reload this craft file, let's see if that lines up. If it was methane, it'd be igniting the flare, right? After Ship 36 exploded, that's what I typed in the NSF chat. Everybody's like, oh my god, it blew up, it blew up. And I go, if it was methane, it'd be igniting the flare, right? And everybody laughed at it. Fun fact. Yep. I think we found it. I think we found our anomaly. I wrote it in all caps with bold text. Okay, just to be absolutely sure, let's find the silver fairing. And I'm gonna set the top X section to the exact same diameter. So let's go selected variant equals silver. Fairing size 4, silver fairing, X section. This should be going from 5.9 to 5.30. Let's take that and numerically set it to the exact same number. Save. Go back into KSP. I don't think the game understands trying to make big tanks like this. Well, that's why we've had to resort to fairing editing. It's clipped fairings that it doesn't like, RJ. But now, guys, the silver fairing. Now the silver fairing and the inner stage are exactly aligned. They are exact. Here, let me make them. Now they're exactly aligned. See that? Perfect. Save. All right. I'm curious. Let's see what this does now. Now we have way more surface area contacting between the fairings. Now, Seacracken, I still think we should try your idea. If we could make a skirt correctly, right, and we use the Kraken, if we use hybrid tech rods with the fairing, we can essentially replicate the exact same structural pathways as a regular rocket. We could do the same thing. So, wait a minute. With clip fairings, we could have SVI on all the fairings and do that I knew this was going to happen. I knew that opening up editing fairings was going to open up a rabbit hole, but I don't know. Does it count as stock KSP? Yes, but who cares? It's stock enough. Stock enough, dude. I'm good with it. We could do some pretty cool stuff with that. we could be so much more precise. We could mimic the exact structural load pathways on a real rocket. It still doesn't solve, like, the tank problem, but... They say rules are meant to be broken. Yeah. Didn't like that. It's going, Chief. It's interesting how the less aligned fairing worked. And that's what I mean. Fairings are a rabbit hole trying to get these things to work right, but... Does clamshell help with the fairings at all? I don't know. Maybe we don't need that extra set of clamps up top with this, because they're perfectly aligned now. I mean, they're already set to clamshell, Dragoon. I don't know, to be honest with you. I set them to clamshell because that, as far as I'm concerned, that's just two pieces, and it's less likely for them to collide into. Please hold. Yes, put a flange on the end of the barrel segments. See, Kraken, that's exactly what I'm thinking. We can make engine skirts, dude. We could make perfect engine skirts. I'm not sure if Kerbal would distribute the surface area the same. I think it might, but what I'm gonna do is go back to something that I had before. Let's go into find again. Select the variant black and white. $530. So X section 530. 590 to 530. That is the conic inner stage. So set the N arcs to 1. Let's go up the craft file. Which one is this? Where's the X sections? Hold on. 530 to 530. That's the inner stage. Or that's the aft skirt on the second stage. Save. Set N arcs to 1. So Dragon, we're gonna put this to the test. Let's load the file again. So if you notice, they're clamshells, right? You asked clamshell. Now I did do this before, but I didn't do this before when we with the code made sure the fairings were perfectly lined up, right? So now these things should just be a solid ring. See that? They don't split. Now they're just a solid ring. That's a barrel segment now, like on a real rocket. An aft skirt would be aft skirts like that are stir welded structures. If you stir weld 4 barrel segments together in real life, stir welding, because it's a low heat application with aluminum, and it physically stirs the material together without it, so it does it with minimal molecular structural change. What I'm trying to tell you is that if you friction stir weld 4 pieces of aluminum together to make a barrel, to make a cylinder, a barrel segment, it's 1 piece. For all intents and purposes, that is now at a molecular level 1 piece. That's why stir welding is so cool, because you can, it's not two pieces of metal butted together with some welding bead, right? Stir welding basically makes it one piece at a molecular level. With welds, that's not necessarily the case. Say that 5 times fast. Did you get all that? All right, so let's try this with rings with no top clamp. Let's see what it does. You avoid the thermal footprint on the metal. That was just a loud yelping noise. Oh, it wasn't. Probably restart Kerbal soon. Ready? I'm gonna pulse it at full power. Let's see what it does. Mother trucker. Okay. All right, we have a liftoff. Prometheus revision 10 flight. Yes. Okay, we got a roll program. Roll program complete. All right, Dragon, keep your eyes on that thing for me, okay? I'll try to keep the camera centered as best as I can. Throttling back for maximum dynamic pressure. We cooked it a little too hard, but that's okay. We're at max Q, or we're past max Q. Okay, getting secondary pitch over. This is where it has not liked us, historically speaking. Okay. Past 15 kilometers, throttling back up. Coming out of the throttle bucket, it snapped. Interesting. It didn't blow up the bottom fairing first. What is this? Oh. Okay, we can stop that. Please. Did you give up on the GSE tanks? I didn't give up. That's an Oreo. Speed. So, guys, I saw the barrel segment on the barrel segment on the first stage fail. That's what I saw fail first. Now, this is gonna say structural failure between the engine plate. Turbodyne S3-S4 adapter tank collided into AEFF5 protective fairing shell. Something happened down the bottom of the vehicle there. The first stage blew up. I saw it for a split second. The conic inner stage and the cylindric inner stage kept going. All right, let's check the replay footage. I tried to keep that camera centered as best as I can. Yep. Hold on, I gotta watch it in slow-mo. Okay, we ramped the throttle. By colliding, does it mean that it crushed for those two parts to make contact? It means that it broke off from the main stack guy and something crashed. It, like, a part broke off inside of the rocket and hit something. It's interesting that the adapter tanks were the first thing to go there. So that was the exact point of failure. 1 minute 18 seconds. 7,000 Pascal dynamic pressure. 1.8 G load at pretty much 90% power. No, that's the main barrel segment coming apart. See how the tanks, some of the tanks are sticking out and part of it isn't? The main barrel segment failed. That is quite interesting. But that frame that I saw for a split second here. Look, see? You could see the upper stage engines and you could see the conic interstage working correctly. Have you, for testing, tried to get this thing into orbit at just 75% power? Yeah. Well, not this particular one, but other ones, yeah. Essentially, the tanks flopped around. I don't think the tanks flopped around. It's definitely the fairing. See up here? All right. All right. Hold on. Let me watch the rest of the run just to see if there's anything else there. Awesome failure, though. Look, the aft skirt turned upside down. Nice. Damn. Thank you for clipping that, dudes. Guys, that looked... So that's telling me that we need to modify the barrel segment. We need to screw with the barrel segment. That's what that's telling me. Easy fix. I feel like you and others said that we're reaching the limits of part stresses, namely fairings. It's possible, J-Speed, but I'm trying to isolate that. I have a feeling that... Okay, so here's what I'm wondering. What happens if we make the barrel segment a cylinder? What happens if we make it a cylinder? What happens if we make the entire outer barrel the outer skin segment of this. Basically one fairing. Look. Hold up. Look at that. You guys see that? Right here. Keep your eyes right there. The triangles. See those? They're clipping. Flipping into each other. There's your problem. We know good and well you can't have fairings clip into each other. The Rudd footage didn't lie. That was right. Can't have that. How do we fix that? I can fix that by taking the engine section. That was just a quick fix. The right way to do this, guys, would be to refactor all the fairing shapes in the SPH. I just slightly moved the engine plate down a little bit, taking the fairing with me. So we just elongated our first stage probably by like, I don't know, 5 centimeters maybe. But now those fairings aren't clipping into each other. So let's see what happens. Have you tried it without the fairing? It works just fine without the fairings. That's what I mean, Pigsig. These fairings with engine plates cause some kind of weird phantom forces that I don't generally understand. But I'm working on fixing that right now. Because you have the barrels the same radius for the entire length. That was the next thing I was going to check before I saw... That's actually what I was going to check, Sea-Kraken, before I saw the clipping. Snapped. All right, let's refactor. Back to the SPH. What's up with the control surfaces at the top, landing the booster? Yeah, Kai, I would like to at some point, but I would also, you know, at sometime, yeah, that would be cool if we could control that thing down and land it. But you have to get to Miko to do that, so. So here's what we'll do. I want to make sure that the barrel segments on these things are the same going all the way up. Okay? We got to make sure the first stage doesn't bow out like this, because that could cause a problem. Simultaneously, we're going to have to make sure that these are all the exact same lengths. Still want to test if anchoring the tanks to a physicsless part works. Still want to do that, but maybe we'll do that some other time. Correct me if I'm wrong, but the holdup are the fairings, right? If you ditch the aesthetic fairings, it doesn't blow up and is super solid. Yeah. It's not about getting it to work. It's about getting it to work the way I want it to work, Monoprop. Different distinction here. But yeah, sure. Of course, we could cluster tanks together with no fairings and get this thing to fly. Sure, why not? That's not really what I'm chasing here. You don't go and engineer a rocket and design it with the expectation that it's going to have a red racing stripe, right? And not put the red racing stripe on. If you need the red racing stripe, if it's vital to the mission, you need it absolutely. You don't just be like, never mind, we won't do that. Now, painting the rocket probably is not the best analogy in this regard, but I want the aero shell to work. I know I can make this work. We can figure out a way to, we can engineer around this problem. As long as the simulation stays relatively consistent, and it looks to be pretty consistent. The thing with the engine plates is that, yeah, they don't like fairings for some reason. I don't know why. That's correct, Monoprop. We're trying to push the envelope, dude. We're back to trying just to delete an engine plate. No, that is not the task at hand. I'm just thinking out loud. I think it's just MM2 or MM2 rules to crack them. The rules are also on the website, dude. Let's refactor the entire fairing design. That's what I'm going to do. So, fairing size 4. Let's start looking. Fairing size 4. All right, which fairing is this? NRX1. Is this fairing a black and white fairing? It is. All right, let's find the X sections. .3054 5282. Is that thing perfectly? 5.9058852. 530545282. All right, so let's base it off of the conic interstage. So that right there is the second stage diameter. And 590 up here, 590588522 is the first stage diameter. Let's start there. This is another fairing that is a little ways down the craft file. NRX equals 2. That means it's a clamshell fairing. Or 6.2, 5.52, 5.83, 590588522. The last one, the last segment is different, just slightly. Hey, what's up? You have a surprise? What's up? Hey, I'm live right now. Hey guys.
Say hi.
My parents say hi, chat. How you doing? You came down. You said you weren't gonna come down though. You changed your mind? Okay. Everybody says hi.
Hi. What are you up to?
I am working on setting barrel segment diameters for a rocket to get it to work right. Turns out when you have one part of the rocket stacked on top and the top diameter is a little bit wider than the small diameter, thing goes like this and it blows up.
That stuff happens.
What's that? Physics. That's right. That's right.
Physics. All right, let's get out of this working.
I usually take my break a little. Well, I got to do flame trench tonight, so probably about an hour, maybe. It's 3 o'clock right now. Why? How long are you guys down here for? All right. When you
Back when it's dark.
that's gonna be a while. Oh, okay. All right, that sounds good. See you guys. Yeah, that was my parents, guys. They were here. Take an early break. No, they're gonna go.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
I don't live that far from the ocean, guys. They're gonna go walk on the beach. That's what my parents are gonna do. The cooking stream. I'm happy they came down. Parents are a limited time resource. Take 5. Windy Skunk. Tier 3, 123 months. Shouldn't take that much time off from streaming, dudes. You owe us a cooking stream. I don't owe you. I owe you nothing. You gotta jam with your dad again. Oh, we will. Let your parents have their time. That's what I'll do, guys. Okay, here you go. You guys are right. So it's almost 3 o'clock now. Get over there. So what we'll do is what I'll do, instead of stopping at 4:30, I'll stop at 4. And I'll shut the stream off, and then I'll be back for Flame Trench at 5. You got a brass hammer command? But RJ, my parents are in soft retirement right now, so they're kind of getting a little bit more hands off, which is why they're down here. which is cool. So we'll have more time, which is pretty sweet. Oh, that made me so happy that they came down. Okay, all right. I don't usually let you look this far into my personal life, but I talk to my parents. I call them pretty much once, twice a week. I don't know, like, you know, I figured they dealt with my crap for like 30 years, so that's the least I can do, right? You know, they dealt with me living with them for 30 years, so that's the least I can do. So I was talking with them, like, come, you know, and they were like, we're retired, we both have the day off, we don't know what to do. And I'm like, come down here, I live by beach cool, fun to walk on, do it. And they're like, no. And then they yay, I said something and they did it. Yes, winning. I'm sorry, that's why it made me happy. That's cool, man. Yeah, my parents still live up in the city. They had to drive down here. I'm sure that was fun on a Friday afternoon. Yes, they actually listened to me. Yes, look at me. I am the captain now. I don't know, Flacken. I'm not gonna. We ain't gonna do nothing like that. All right, where were we? So this is the barrel segment on the main fairing. Guys, I backed up the craft file here because I want to try something. Okay, here's what we doing. So cooking stream incoming. That might be in the cards. You get it, you're trying to schmoo the lathe out of your dad. Very smart. Yes, but that is not the reason. But, hey. Man, you've watched me play Hearts of Iron. There's no way that I refuse to accept that there is no way to have your cake and eat it too. Okay? I refuse to. I don't take that. No, I don't take no for an answer, okay? You guys see me play Hearts. You see how maniacal I can get. That's probably not a good thing to admit on stream, but hey, whatever. Whatever. It's fine. I will persist until I get what I want. That's how I roll. Case in point. That is a perk, but there's no reason everybody can't win. Right? Can we cook on one of the truck engines? Never been done. Oh boy. My son is into Hearts of Iron 4 for the past 3 years. Thanks a lot. It's a great history teacher, Kyron. That game is an excellent history teacher. Everyone, you should play Hearts of Iron in history class, dude. Anyway. So here's what we're gonna do. That's the first barrel segment. There's 3 of them. So what I'm going to do is delete. We're gonna go crazy here, right? I'm going to delete the aft shell of this fairing. See the conic section? I'm gonna get rid of it. All right, we're dumping it. It's a little scary, little scurry, but we're gonna do it. That was funny. Yeah, no, you know, you guys call me old all the time. Well, as I get older, I really I like spending as much time as I can with parents, and I call them 2 times a week. It's an Italian thing, or just a family thing, which family, you know what I mean? Like, I like spending time with my family. I don't know. Dude, I'm telling you, I'm starting to become an old man. It's a rite of passage. I can almost tell people to get off my lawn, and that's kind of cool. I'm almost at that. I'm still at the, you're a little bit of a punk, like, yeah, but almost. Get off my lawn! You know? I'm starting, shut up, man. I'm working on it. Help this. Pressure me, man. Get off my lawn, chat. All right. I'm going to delete the back dome of this. Because it's very clear to me from the fairing editing that how you make these fairings really, really makes a difference. So that's the first edit we're going to do. I have the craft file backed up, so I'm not too worried about losing something here. So let's go over here. Not to get us all be here, but spend as much time as you can with them. I didn't get the chance to kick the bucket, screw what people say about it. Zombie, that's basically my impetus. Like, you know, you never know. I'm not screwing around. I'm not screwing around with that, dude. I call my parents all the time, and you guys should too. Trust me on this one, and trust Zombie as well. Yep. Okay. Okay, so now because of that, I gotta mess with the aft skirt just a little bit. And it kind of sucks because now you can see up the back of it, and it's kind of annoying. I know a solution. Tried and tested. It's worked many times in the past. Let's take flags. Set the flags, right? And build a false floor. Let's make an attic. Right? That's historically, that's worked really well, you know? These are physics-less parts, so I'm not too worried about them getting screwed up by Arrow. I also have Cyrillic letters as well. You still use the flag pack? It's an amazing pack, dude. Right? Attics have worked historically. Right? That's a good retrofit, isn't it? And once again, these are physics-less parts. Now, physics-less parts do increase the part count, but they don't mess up your simulation too hard. Historically, this is a really good idea. That's good enough. Fine. Oh, in that revision, the last revision to get this thing working, I did delete the center engine. Whatever, we can always reattach it. All right. So now what we got to do that actually looks cool. It looks like we got engine compartments. Actually, I'm wondering if we can move those up too. Oh, no, you can't. Hexagons. Wherever I go, I see her. In hexagonal form. Cool. I like that. That looks sick. Okay. The holes are how we drain out the locks. Yeah. Engine sections or something. I don't know. Whatever. I could use smaller flags. But, yeah. Look, now we have an attic. Cool. All right. So the next thing I got to do is go in here with the aft skirt fairing, right? And I have to make sure the inner diameter is the same. So the file has changed. Yeah, that's fine. Let's go back up to the top of the file. Go Control F. We want fairing size 4. Find next. Okay, that one is the main body fairing. So 59588.522. That's the number we need because that's the core diameter. 530545282. That's the inner stage. Okay, so that's the inner stage. Find next. Five 590588522. 5905882. Okay, that's the main body. $71799. Okay, that's it. What's the N arcs set to on this fairing? It should be set to 0. That should be a dead giveaway that it's the aft skirt. Or set to 1. So that number right there needs to be 5905582588522. Cool. Save. Has anyone made triangle flags? No, but we could. Just brought home your new dog, Chaz? Right on, man. That's cool. I love dogs. I was playing with Titan this morning, dude. Titan loves fetch. That's his favorite game. Okay, so 530400657. Okay, that's the forward skirt right there. That's the main body of the second. Oh dear. Control C. Main body is good. We still have an aft bulkhead. I'm not sure if that's gonna frick things up or not. So you know what? We're getting rid of it. We have to put an attic on top of that fairing too. So be it. What is fetch? Fetch? Really? All right, let's do it. We'll just get rid of it. It's fine. Save. That's the number that we want. Now the next fairing size here, fairing size 4. 5, see, right there. There's the messed up part of the inner stage. Save. Pigeon, fetch. Stop trying to make fetch happen. It's not gonna happen. Hey, Nuclear. I'm editing fairing segments to be more precise. And yeah, we kind of just opened up a can of worms here, but it's okay. Those are all the struts that are holding all the fairings together. That's up at the top. All right, now we need fairing size 3. Find next. There it is. Now the X sections on this thing, first of all, we got to get rid of those. 433, 517, 529. Delete all those. And then replace this number here with 530. Because that means the fairing wasn't the same width as the rest of everything else. And then that's when it starts to taper inward because it's a conic fairing. I deleted the aft skirt of the fairing now and reload the craft file. William, for dummies, what are you doing there? So, okay. As far as I can tell, our problems aren't really so much dealing with load, okay? Our problems are dealing with fairings clipping into each other. I'm tracking some kind of weird thing with KSP with clipped fairings. Fairings don't like being clipped into each other, especially when engine plates are involved. I haven't proven that it's just engine plates, it might just be fairings, okay? When fairings are clipping into each other, you're getting some very, very peculiar phantom forces. So what I'm doing here is I am editing the fairings to be all perfectly straight, right? I'm editing the barrel segments to be perfectly straight, like no kinks in it or anything. And I'm basically standardizing the diameter over the second stage. Because this was like 5.33 meters. And then the skirt segment was 5.30 meters, right? And as far as I can tell, what I'm trying to chase right now is if we make it so the fairings don't clip with each other at all, and we make it so the fairings are all just jiving with each other, they're just next to each other instead of overlapping, it's probably going to get rid of our structural problems. I think. I'm chasing that problem right now. I think it'll work. The other thing I'd really like to do is see if we can get these fairings in whole numbers so I don't have to gizmo around anything. Like, let's take our barrel segment, for instance. Right, like the aft skirt I had to screw with, we had to move it around. So, yeah, RJ, it is clipping. It is clipped fairings. That's what we've been chasing this whole time. But see how editing some of the fairing segments, the parts, I edited out all the parts that were clipping with each other. And I also, Hold on. The barrel segment is set to clamshell. Is the complete spaceflight industry using the metric system? Toto, that's the dirty little secret, man. The US hasn't used standard measurements, hasn't used imperial measurements in the space program in like a half century. Most things engineered in the United States nowadays is all using metric, dude. Not to say that imperial is... I don't mind feet, inches, thousandths of an inch. I don't care. The measuring system is not something... That's not the hill I want to die on, dude. But yeah, everything's engineered in metric over here nowadays, unless it's some kind of legacy system. It's not great for math. You know, James, I get what you're saying. You're not wrong. But I think that because the imperial system is just so backwards, right? And it basically forces you to get really good at math because the measuring system sucks. Just putting it out there, dude. I'm just putting that out. I mean, I don't know. Discuss as you see fit. You can be accurate to the thousandths of an inch, Tessa. I think thousandths of an inch is more accurate to be, if I'm thinking about 1,000th of an inch. It's way, I mean, but then again, you could just go to microns, but whatever. Probably just need a fresh rebuild. RJ, the problem that I'm chasing right now is, see that gap right there? I would like my fairings to be in nice round numbers. So the lengths of fairings, if we could get, I would assume that our radius and stuff with our fairings and whatnot, right? I would assume that all of this is metric. That's probably meters. If I'm looking at that right. It's just interesting that I'm not sure what that 5.3040 is relative to. Oh no, it's radius. It's the radius in meters. I'm stupid. It's right there in front of me. Wow. Okay. Yep. So, I would like so that means the height's got to be a round number. And as long as this stuff is in decimal points of 10, right? So if I set the height to 7.80, wait, which fairing are we screwing with? I don't know what fairing we're screwing with, so let's not do that, and let's make sure we do this correctly. Go in here, fairing size 4. This one, for instance, this is the conic interstage, right? So 59588.522, it should be going to 5.3040, etc., etc. 3054. Okay. Anyway, Chaz, what kind of dog did you get, dude? Hello, I'm Elon Musk. Civil surveyors use thousandths of an inch. There's nothing wrong with it. I don't find anything particularly wrong with Imperial. It takes a little more brain power, right? But whatever. What, are you scared of a little more brain power? I understand metric too. Metric's really easy to understand. I don't care. I don't die on that hill. It's not worth it. Superior system is superior, that's a hill you die on. And you not learning Imperial is hurting you. Not anybody else. That's just one thing, that's one less thing you can't do. That's how I look at it. I don't make a big deal out of it. You guys do. Alright, anyway, let's see if we can make these numbers nice and round. I'm kind of curious if we can. So that's 2.966, right? So What happens if I set that number to 3? Just set it to 3. I mean, I don't know if it's looking for a decimal, but we'll set it. And what that should have done is made my inner stage even longer. The conic inner stage. It's a little bit longer. I prefer to measure in cubits. Cool. What do I even mean with thou? That's thousandths of an inch. That's our micron. So in imperial, you have miles, and then you have feet, and then you have inches, right? And with the inch, you can go in fractions, right? It works in, half inch. Bullet caliber is correlated to thousandths of an inch from there. So, you could use fractions, or you could use thousandths of an inch from there once you get lower. So like bullet caliber, like 50 cal, that's 500 thousandths. It's half an inch. It's not hard. It really isn't. It's not as crazy as you might think. It doesn't really make sense, like 5,280 feet in a mile. That I'll admit that's a little weird, but whatever. Should name it from Imperial to America units. Get no argument from me, my dude. What's up, Ruin? How you doing, man? Ruin, how's your brother doing, dude? I haven't asked in a little bit. He doing good? Say hello to your brother for me, okay? Yeah, that did introduce a little bit of a gap. All right, I'm going to set that fairing to silver. Fairing size 4. What about cheeseburgers for Bald Eagle? I like that one. Lunar units, that's right. It's European, I can't get my head around Imperial units. Okay. It's not that hard, man. Yep, okay. That did do that right. Excellent. All right, that's super good for us. So that means I can, if making these to the 10th of a decimal point, so making them to the centimeter is really good for the editor. The reason why it's good for the editor is because I can absolute snap stuff. You absolute snap in 10 centimeter increments in this game. So that means I can get these fairings very accurately butted up against each other. Do you see? Moving that fairing, I moved it 1 tick forward and it snapped right into place. Look, there's no overlap there. They are exactly butted on top of each other. That'll make it. So this is a big deal because theoretically, and keep in mind, I haven't figured this out for sure. My theory is that, if those things are right on top of each other and this vehicle, we put this thing out on the pad, you know how it drops it onto the pad basically. Them being butted on top of each other perfectly will help disperse the load better, and it won't explode when we put it out on the pad. Oh yeah, Kyron, that's the best. That's the best kind. I'm doing well, still working on the RV, got the roof fixed for the most part. My brother's doing all right, just busy with work. Yeah, that's the grind, man. That's the grind, my dude, I know. So, same logic here. We have some overlap. Instead of trying to get that perfect in the editor by just moving stuff around, right? Here, I will take the aft skirt and return it to that. And then we take this thing, right, and we set it to orange. Low key, it looks kind of good with the orange interstage, but all right. Okay. So now we go and look for orange in the craft file. It probably would be better to look for equals orange. That'll give me the selected variant. Perfect. So now let's go with the craft. And I should have set the top. No. Yeah, see? I set the top number to a nice round number. This number right here, the 0.24, if we set this, theoretically, we set that to 60, call it a day, right? Then we reload this, that overlap should be gone. And then if we set the barrel segment on the first stage to a round number, because all my fairings are placed apart to the tenth of a decimal point in metric, so they're all centimeters apart round, the fairing should line up perfect. It shouldn't even be. There should be no overlap. If anything, there should be a gap. Did I save the file? I did. Oh, I did it backwards. Now there's a gap there to the aft skirt. Okay. 6.24. So let me set that to 6.3 and reload the craft file. I did it backwards, excuse me. Can we all just get along and focus on how some people drive on the left side of the road? Steven, I know what you're doing. I know what you're doing, dude. I know what you're doing. That's very weird that it overlaps now. I know what you're doing. So if I move this 10 centimeters forward, is that gonna get it? D-Kraken had that idea, J-Speed. An inner flange. It's not a bad idea, dude. I'm just really confused why that did that. Rounded decimal. Didn't NASA crash a probe into Mars' atmosphere because they both use different measuring systems? Yeah, correct, T-Man. There's nothing but... Yeah, that did happen. That's a program management problem. That's not a measuring system problem. Project manager is at fault there for not making sure everybody on the project was using similar measuring systems. I would call that a management issue, not a measuring system issue. Right? Last. I don't know. Your last getting bogged down in a bunch of people talking about thousandths of an inch. No, Tessa, half hour. I got a half hour. Why didn't those line up now? Now I'm very confused. That's a weird one. They call it banter. I call it a headache. Yeah. Very weird that I made these round numbers and the fairings aren't butting into each other anymore. That would mean I had the whole numbers pretty much right, which is... So Mutter, where I'm getting confused is I set the interstage fairing. I set the interstage diameter. I set it to a round number, right? And it lined up. But the number that I set was for the diameter of the back. The height of it was the height relative to the fairing. So I set the height on the back and it lined it up, right? And then I set the height of the front thinking it was the back, and now it's offset. The aft skirt and the interstage they should be using nice whole numbers. So you know what? I'm gonna set this to silver. Now I gotta go looking in this craft file because now I'm confused. That should be like exact. The only other thing that might not be lined up is the control node. But I know my control nodes are absolute. Perhaps if we go to stack the rocket, that will come out correct.
This is space. I'm in space.
Kyron, gifted a sub to Lava Eagle. Because in this craft file, everything is still on their control nodes. It's not connected. Maybe if we connected it, it would do it. Oh, we're back to that glitch again, huh? that is working correctly. All right, let's go into the file. Let's do equals silver, right? Let's scroll up here and let's see if the inner stage, so that's the inner stage because it's the only silver fairing. Fairing size part 4, silver fairing. It's the only silver fairing in the design. So let's set that to 30000, but that's the top portion, right? That's just going to shorten the top a little bit. Let me look at this in the craft file. All right, I'm going to set that to 1.4. So set it to that. It's the right core diameter, 5.30000019. So save that as a round number at 3. Let's reload and let's see what it does. It's very weird. It's very weird that that does that. I mean, we can take these nodes. Nah. Nah. So I'm guessing the height is based on the position of the fairing base. So you could make the first one h equals 0 and then move the plate and then set the height of the second. Mutter, what's getting me here, dude, is that this thing is... Everything is... So the fairing plates are base 10 apart from each other, right? And the fairings are base 10 as well. And it's not... Maybe that's just the final 10 centimeters, right? So let's go... Let's set that to 6.4 meters. See what it does. You guys are still talking about measuring systems. Oh my goodness. This is worse than asking if a hot dog is a sandwich, man. That's nuts. Measure these nut. There we go. That's the internet I'm expecting. Thank you. Oh, Mutter, look. Take a look, man. See, but that has a slight overlap now. See that? Imprecision in the fairing collider, dude. That's the only thing I can think of. What else could that be? Those are all absolute snapped, right? See, dude, I'm wondering if we have to take into account the imprecise collider. That's very strange. Check the position of the fairing base in the file. Okay. So this is the interstage fairing. Let's go find its relative position. So position is 0.2. That's $13.9, $13.91. It seems those numbers seem pretty damn square to me. Like, those are definitely absolute snapped, man. They're both absolute snapped, man. And absolute snaps, yeah, see? Look. Same exact X and Y position, same exact Z position. Well, the Z position is different because one's higher than the other. Yeah, I think there's just imprecision in the collider, dude. But see, the real question, Mutter, is the game gonna understand that? Does that cause a problem? You know? Do we have to cut down the barrel segment by like 5 centimeters or something? Let's roll with this, see what happens. In other news, I did just think of something. Since you're manually removing fairing segments, it's remembering the old mass. So you're taking a hit manually removing stuff. I'll take the mass hit. That's a good trade-off for me. What, do we not have enough thrust? I think we're good. Is the origin of the fairing being shifted when the length changes? No, I don't think so, May. I'm pretty sure these positions are not changing. Thoughts on a nozzle extension? Cool. Looks good, man. Just make sure your fairing is north of the thrust transformer, or you're gonna have a bad day. You know what, dude? I think I'm just gonna move some parts around. Pigeon, it's a game that you play with a dog where you have the ball and you throw the ball and the dog goes and brings it back to you. It's, yeah, that's it. It's not too complicated, my dude. I guess so. All right. Okay, so the next thing we have to do is just adjust the gap here. So this first fairing the fairing segment here needs to just be a smidge longer. Alright, so I want to get a flight test in before we freaking go further. Selected variant. That's black and white. That's not what. That's the top interstage fairing. So these X sections up here need to be changed a little bit. Let's go right here. 132 and then 530. Alright, let's take a look. That's this piece. It needs to be a little bit longer. And it needs to go slightly forward relative to the fairing in front of it. I like these tracks right now. That Whispers in the Wind one isn't bad, all systems. It's just kind of sad. Okay. Set that to 1.4. 530, 530, 2.28. I'd say that needs to go to 2.45, maybe. Save. Oh, balls. It's the heat, all systems. Does the ball have to be round? That's pretty damn close. That's fine. That'll work. Okay, so the next one is the second stage barrel. It's 2796. Let's just set it to 27.9. PLD space video time. EJ wants a flight test time. I'm on to something here, Creeper. I can feel it. So I might just need to don't do that. See, that one lined up perfect. It's weird. Whatever. It's good. Now, that same fairing, we just got to move that X section. Got to move that X section back here. First segment needs to... Let's set it to 1.0. Save. What rocket fuel would be the safest to drink? Hydrogen peroxide, most likely. I mean, you don't want to do that. You don't want to drink any rocket fuel, but also Okay, that's a little bit too far. Let's go 1.2. Moonshine. Water isn't a rocket fuel, guys. You have to do that whole separate the damn... Separate those damn atoms apart from each other thing. Is our engine plate stacked correctly here?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
It's so weird that it lines up sometimes, but not others. Okay. Hey, Older Buffalo, what's up, man? Hi, Jay. Hope you're well. Yeah, I'm good. You flying yet? No, uncapping, but I had a little bit of a breakthrough. With fairing, I looked at the craft file and we started editing the fairings, and I noticed that some of my fairings were all different diameters, and I think that fairing clipping is causing the problem. Hang on. That's what we need. That's the last one before we stack this thing together. Does your concept vehicle have a name? Prometheus is the name of this rocket for me. And if you look at the Kerbals walking around on the ground, she's quite a big rocket. Okay. No fairings or clipping in the entire design, dudes. Switch to a full stack test craft file. Get rid of the measuring. Don't do that because the fairing was not attached correctly. Sorry, your chaotic building technique drives your OCD kind of crazy. What? You call my building technique chaotic? I'm confused. What does that, wait, what does that mean? An OCD thing, I guess. No, that's not what I asked. I understand obsessive compulsive disorder, intuitive. What is chaotic about my building style? I'm just asking. Like, I'm not trying to be a jerk. Just wondering. I think I have a very tempered building style, dude. That's just me, though. R is revision, yes. All right, dudes. This design has no struts holding the first and second stage together. Nothing. Let's see. Let's see how she rolls. Just a regular set of hold-down clamps. Save. I gotta put the payload on the front. 280 tons of payload. I mean, we discussed 267, but I have a feeling we should be able to do 280. Set the decoupler to heaviest part for what we were testing previously. Save. Switch to the VAB. Oh, lock out the payload. All right, guys, moment of truth. I'll be honest, I think it's gonna pop, but you know, let's see. Here we go. I mean, this thing has no struts connecting the first and second stage. All it has is just the fairings and a docking port. I've never attempted to have something be held up by a fairing on this big of a rocket before. It's about the same hip. But we'll see if the fairing editing did anything. If this holds, man, I'm gonna be so happy. But I think it's gonna pop. One more. One more. One more. What is the name of the payload? Sunknor, it's just a fuel tank. It's a mass simulator. There's no payload. Just trying to keep the thing held up higher so I can enable the Kraken tech, or the hybrid tech, because the hybrid tech helps carry load. We'll see. That was rad, a rapid anticipated disassembly. Yeah, right. If not, if this doesn't work, we will get this handled next week. We'll start really dialing this thing in. There is no way. There is no way that that's happening. I'll do it. I'll do it. We're basically dropping the second stage on the first stage at this point, but I'll send it. Ready? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Hey, the first stage is alive! Never mind. Never mind. Yep, nope, never mind. I'll do it again. Murder. Okay. Why is that connection doing that? All right. Shut up, chat. Okay. All right. Are my folks back yet? Come on. No! This son of a bitch! Son of a poop face and poop with your poop rocket! Huh? Structural failure was up top, not down the bottom that time. Closed the wrong program. I think I closed Task Manager. Did I close Task Manager? I mean, Kerbal's still out. All right. We'll get this dialed in on Monday, okay? All right. Did I close Notepad? Well, it needed to be closed. Am I wrong? Like... Anyway. Okay. Honestly, at this point, guys, that's a couple of struts. We need some struts to fairing plate, dudes, and then we should be good. It broke, but it broke up at the top, not down at the bottom. So, honestly, if we had a little bit more time, same vessel collision on those things, if we did SVI on some of the fairings up there, dude, that's what I want to do. Yeah. That would be sick. Same vessel interaction on the fairings. And we got to test that flange next week. Oh, next week's going to be good for KSP, dude. We are on the cusp of a breakthrough. We're on the cusp of a breakthrough. All right, so I'm going to take a break, guys. My parents are here. It was a kind of an unexpected thing, and I want to go hang with my parents. I don't see them very much nowadays. So they are here. So and they've been waiting. I will be back for Flame Trench in about an hour. Okie dokie. I'm going to shut the stream off, and then I will, I'll turn the stream back on, and we'll do Flame Trench. Now, on the YouTube side of things, I'm not turning that stream on. I don't double stream the Flame Trench. If you want to watch Flame Trench on YouTube, it's on the NASA Spaceflight channel. What is the Flame Trench, just in case you were wondering? It is a spaceflight podcast that talks about what's going on this, like, during the week, during, like, weekly, what's going on in the space program. So, yeah, I'll see you guys in about an hour. I usually don't take this much of a break, but I want to spend time with my folks, man. So, I'll see you guys in about an hour, give or take, and I hope you guys enjoy it. We will work on this Kerbal project on Monday, and we will get it right. The struts fixed it, but that's not technically not really the problem that's not the fix that I want, but we'll figure it out. All right. Thank you very much for watching, dudes. I'll see you guys in an hour for Flame Trench. I hope you enjoy. See you in a little bit.